Muted.
Thomas Wheeler. Hey,
Testing, can you hear me?
yeah. Let me.
I cannot hear you.
Can't hear me? Hold on.
Oh, hold on. Say something again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, it was your headphones?
Yeah.
How's the volume?
It sounds great.
Is it too loud?
No, not at all.
Okay. Cool. Sam's
Cool.
probably like, why the hell are they talking?
Yeah, he's streaming.
Okay, so I think it's good. You want to come check the volume in here? Are you going to be
Yeah,
here?
I'll come check.
Okay, so we'll switch places then. So I'll need to join again because I have the security turned on, and so it's going to keep asking them every time about allowing the camera and allowing the microphone. Test. Good. Okay.
Yep.
Touch your headphones. Get the Clorox.
Oh.
All right. So volume's good.
Yeah.
So you know about repositioning the camera, right?
It's a remote, yeah.
So like, I don't know how many people are going to be here.
You can err on the downside.
Because I mean, like, you can have just one person. You can have. It's going to be Angela and Melanie.
Angela, Melanie, I think they're only gonna have a couple people in here.
All right. Well, so because every time when you close this, you're going to have to redo the camera zoom and everything. So when it starts for real, you'll have to do this again.
Just turn off the camera and the voice and leave it up.
Okay. Well, I'll have to redo it anyways. Remember, because I have to turn off the security and do that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This line is now on hold.
Now this may look easy, but the trick is it attaches at a single point on each end. And from a physics standpoint, that makes it no different than trying to crawl across a tightrope. It's the same deceptive principle with that one carnival game that's so impossible. I broke it down in another video where I use physics
This line is now off hold. This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold.
Great. Hi, Troy.
Can you guys see me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Can you see us? Hi, Troy. Can you see us?
I can see you and hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can see and hear you.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you for meeting us on this virtual platform.
I just want to see, because I'm not, hey, because we're not in view here.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to, Jim, I wanted to let you know we're here, even though we're.
Manipulate the camera.
I think she is at her desk. Yeah, she can manage it remotely. So.
Did y'all hear me call in? This is Carolyn.
Oh, hi, Carolyn.
Y'all were
Great.
talking and it said announce yourself, so I didn't know if y'all heard me or not.
Okay, no, welcome to our digital platform. Once again, thank
And
you.
I apologize for having to do it this way, but I had a hearing in Columbia, and I thought that I would be back in time to actually sit at a laptop, and I don't feel comfortable pulling over at a McDonald's or someplace and pulling up my laptop in Orangeburg.
Okay, are we all here?
I think so. Let me connect you with Amanda, and she can talk you through that. Hang on one second. No, it is okay. Darcy Cameron.
Hey, Darcy,
Hello.
this is Darlene.
Hey.
Hey, I know I can't.
Troy.
Yeah. Jim and Carrie are here, so I'm here. Yep. Yes, I can take.
Susan will call in just a minute. She's having a little tough time connecting. So, and
Hello, Miss Lou.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, this is Darlene.
I know, you always have such a nice, distinctive Southern drawl. I always
Well, thank you. That's a nice compliment.
And Angela, you have a nice, distinctive Texas drawl.
I do try. Definitely. So are you driving back from Columbia right now, Carolyn?
Yes, I am. I was
Okay.
supposed to be finished with a hearing at the court. I was supposed to have been finished at 1 o'clock. I thought I could get back in time to be at a laptop, but I can't, and I did not want to pull over at a McDonald's or someplace like that. So that's why I was like closing up my laptop, and I got it out and was like, please text me. I'll call in, and I apologize. I did not think this would happen. I actually thought I could participate on a computer.
Oh, no, it is totally fine. We are glad. Just drive safely. And Susan Strunk is having a little bit of a hard time signing on, so Amanda is working with her right now.
Well, let's bring the meeting to order, and then you guys can take it from there. The meeting's called to order for the Finance Committee meeting. Welcome, everyone. I hope all is well and have gotten through this, what we call a trying time, and are now getting back to some semblance of normal. We have sent out all of the information to the media for the Freedom of Information Act as described and as directed for this particular Finance Committee meeting. From there, I would like to go ahead and start with a financial update. Now, there's been lots of questions back and forth, and I think Angela has done an excellent job answering many of those questions. But as Perry, as you go through, and you and Angela go through, if it's time for some of those questions or you want to reiterate those questions, let's do so during that time. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Is that the way we like to proceed, Angela? Is that
Yes,
sound
thank
good?
you so much. I
Leah
think.
Crosby.
Oh, Leah, hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You are just in time.
Oh, good. I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late.
No, it is okay. I think a few board members are going to be calling in, and that is okay. We can accommodate as we need to. And Perry's going to give us an overview, and I know there were a couple of questions. Susan had some good ones, and I don't think she's on the line just yet. So Perry, if you don't mind giving an overview, and then we can go through Susan's questions in just a little bit.
Okay. We were going to look at the financial report that we sent you for the 9 months ended March 31st. And basically, in the first paragraph, we mentioned that our revenues exceeded our expenses by $1.9 million. And in the second paragraph, that gave us a total fund balance of a little over $5 million, which is well over 1 month of fiscal year 20 budgeted expenditures. And so I kind of hesitate to get into Susan's questions quite yet until Susan can be online, so we don't have to repeat. The rest of the report is pretty normal for this time of year. One of the things I need to always point out at this time of year is that our fourth quarter, April, May, and June, are generally our most expensive, is the most expensive period of our year. That's for several reasons. Most importantly, or significantly, is personnel costs. Like for instance, May is actually an odd month where we have 3 pay periods in May, and then, unlike the normal 2 pay periods. And June also almost has 3 pay periods because the last pay period, the first payday in July, is really mostly for June, and so that gets included in the fiscal year 20 budget. So we will definitely see a drop from this surplus of 1.9 million, down to something a bit more reasonable, by the end of the year. Any other questions other than what Susan had asked that anyone else would like to throw out for us?
Angela and Perry, did you guys respond to Angela to Susan in writing, or did you wait for today to answer her? I just want to see if we can answer that question since she sent it to everybody.
We were waiting for this meeting, and we're happy to take other questions. I think, Carolyn, did you have a question?
I had a question, but I don't want to interrupt, and I know everybody else can see each other, and I'm in on the phone, so I can save my question to the end, whenever it's convenient.
As far as related to this particular report, we'll field any questions right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perry, this is Carolyn again. My question is, it's a 2-part question. With the closing of the library, which really impacts this fourth quarter, but we're paying payroll, are we having any savings on payroll? It's my understanding everybody's getting their full salary, and even though they're not at the libraries, and some people cannot do their jobs, but do you see any savings from payroll from where we have closed?
No, everybody is getting paid. Those who were not working on site were all doing tasks from home. They were teleworking in various manner, and so there has been no interruption in personnel costs or payroll, and that's countywide. That's not just for the library. And there's also been no interruption in our funding from the county as well. So there's really, the impact of the virus has been very minimal on us. The few extra expenses we've had to incur and are incurring right now are mostly offset by other savings in things like other supplies we have not had to purchase. We haven't had, for instance, office supplies and things like that we haven't been using in April and into most of May, and some other categories like that. So the overall financial impact on us in this fiscal year will be minimal.
And the second part of my question, which Angela addressed in one of her emails, and I apologize because I read a ton of them Monday night. I know that the library, y'all had ordered more ebooks because of the demand with the library shut, and you had postponed some ordering of real books and DVDs. Will those orders still be placed? Because I'm very concerned that our budget may be cut for 2021, and I want to see us use the money to order anything that we can.
You want to speak on that?
Yeah, Carolyn, this is Jim. We actually, hey.
Oh, is it Susan?
Hi, yes, I'm just calling in because I got the link up and everything, but it's just kind of like scrolling and it's not letting me in. But if it connects, I'll try to be there in person.
Great. Sorry, Susan. Well, we haven't answered your questions yet, and Carolyn had some good questions about staffing budget, and she also had a question about collections budget that Jim was going to answer. So, Jim, why don't you go ahead and answer Carolyn's question?
Sure, yeah. So Carolyn, we actually did continue to place orders for print materials and well, all physical materials, DVDs and everything else, audiobooks on CD. We never stopped placing orders. It's just that they weren't delivered. And so, for instance, our main vendor of print materials, Baker & Taylor, is going to resume delivering on June the 1st. And so all the things that we ordered during that period of closure should start to arrive pretty soon.
Great. I just didn't want it to look like to Charleston County that we weren't spending our money, because I have a feeling we are going to take a hit because everybody's having to come July for the new fiscal year. So that's great. Thank you.
And when we finish with this, the review of the report, we're going to move into an update of where the fiscal year 21 budget is at this point. And so I guess since Susan has joined us now, we'll just pick up with Susan's questions, and I'll just go in order that Susan asked them. And so the first question she had was she wanted us to review the expenditures that were moved to the county but now have been moved back to the library's budget, and whether or not any of those will be moved back in fiscal year 21. So I just want to quickly remind you all of what happened a year or two ago. The budget office had this idea they thought would save some money and move expenses out of our budget for building related activities into their budget, but it kind of backfired because it ran us afoul of the state regulations concerning our percentages of expenses, et cetera. So all of those were moved back into our budget in fiscal year 20, and those are things such as, they're almost all related to the buildings. They're things like janitorial, our maintenance contracts, utilities, electricity, water and sewer, and those kind of things, and also what's called risk management, which is predominantly our property insurance, but also includes some things like vehicle insurance and liability insurance and that sort of thing. So all of those are back in our budget and will continue to be in our budget, and there aren't any things that are going to transfer back. I believe that the budget office kind of learned its lesson there and will not try that again. As a matter of fact, for fiscal year 21, there's some more facilities costs are moving into our budget that we haven't had previously, which is actually, in a way, kind of beneficial to us because it increases our bottom line total expenditures upon which the 15% library materials percentage is calculated on. So we'll get more in library materials because of adding those expenses to our budget. The second question was about other income, wanting to know what was included in there. And other income is a couple of components in there. It's kind of a catch-all category where we consolidate several categories into one for financial reporting. And through March, 14,800 approximately was from the parking garage here at the main library. And then the other remaining part, about $16,390, of that, a little over $12,000 was the library's settlement check from SCANA. Those of you may remember, the settlement SCANA had with all the utility users. You might have only got $50 or something like that in that's us personally, but the library, our share was over $12,000. Then we've also made about $3,600 in sales of this old, really obsolete, in my opinion, equipment that we've had sitting around here for probably 10 plus years in storage, and we cleaned some of that out and put it on what's called a site that's called GovDeals, where governments sell excess property, and we made $3,600 this year from those sales of things that otherwise just would have gone into the landfill probably. Any questions on those two so far?
Nope, I think that answers it. And the miscellaneous column, is that just usually typically open for stuff that comes in that might be unexpected, or
right. We don't
like
budget.
The parking garage? Do you pretty much know there's always going to be some income from the garage?
Right. We budget the parking garage revenue, but the rest of it we do not budget.
It's truly miscellaneous
because it's truly, just whatever happens. Weird things happen, that come in, and that's just where we stick them. The third question had to do with the materials budget, the collection, what's also called information resources, and the question really had to do with how much was still left over in the budget at the end of March, and how that would look later in the year, into May, June, etc. And so what I wanted to kind of talk about there with this question is to remind everyone that the budget actually included an allocation for the new buildings. Baxter Patrick, James Island, that was basically full year funding for that library, but we actually didn't open until November, so we didn't start using current budget for purchases probably until late September, early October. At that side, the purchasing before that was still covered by the referendum project. And then the same thing basically with St. Paul's and Bees Ferry, except that they were each budgeted for partial years, and St. Paul's obviously hasn't opened yet, but was still, we were just going to start transferring the purchasing for St. Paul's over to the regular budget when we basically shut down. So some of the orders that Jim was talking about a little while ago will include a provision for St. Paul's in there. And then Bees Ferry, we haven't done any current spending on that. Everything we're still doing ordering for Bees Ferry is included in the referendum budget and not on our budget. So what that means is there was a large cushion in there that is going to still be at the end of the year unspent because that was not needed. We have increased the spending on digital products by probably, if you look at a normal month, we're more than double a normal month of what we're spending right now, but it's still well within our overall budget there. And then as far as what we're going to do with the rest of the year, we're still going to keep the digital spending at the higher level, as well as the orders that we have coming in for print materials. We're also going to use some of this excess fund to acquire some books that will be available for patrons to borrow, and then there's one other component that we're looking at that we will talk about a little later in our executive session that will affect this, a contractual piece of this. Any other questions about the materials budget? Does that explain it, Susan?
Yeah, I don't, Perry. I think that, pretty much covers what I was wondering about. And
Okay.
it sounds like it's a timing thing, like so many of our
Yeah.
budget, things, maybe we spend more, maybe we spend a little less. That makes perfect sense. And, I want to say as an ebook user, I have really noticed the ramp up of the copies, and it is much appreciated because sometimes I'll see like, oh, I'm like third or fourth on the list. I'll get that next week or the week after, and then suddenly I get it. And I'm like, okay, they bought a couple more copies. So I've really seen it in action, as I'm sure so many people have. But great, great handling of that in this time of closure.
Yeah, and Jim can confirm that we're in our planning for as we go forward, even into fiscal year 21. We plan to continue an emphasis on, in that with spending in that area, correct?
Yep, definitely so. It's so nice to hear that feedback, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for for being on top of that, because I know whoever the people are that are supposed to be looking after that, they absolutely are, and it is working like it's supposed to.
Yeah, that's great to hear.
But Perry and Jim, I can second that too. This is Leah, and I've had that same experience, so thank you.
Hey, thanks, Leah.
Perry and Jim, this is Carolyn again. And again, I apologize that I've called in and I can't see, so I don't mean to interrupt anybody since I'm on the phone. But where we have increased the digital, that's not decreasing for the physical products like books, printed materials, and DVDs like we were talking about earlier. That's coming out of our excess sort of cushion in our budget.
That is correct.
That's what I just wanted to
No
make
decrease whatsoever in physical materials. Yeah, we're fortunate to have a healthy materials budget. Definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well then we can, if there's no other questions on that, we'll move to the next.
Actually, Perry, I'm sorry, this is Leah.
Okay.
And I actually, even though I'm not on the committee, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. So since we do have much greater surplus than we, usually have or projected, is it wise at this juncture to be dipping into the Coastal Community Foundation funds? I was just thinking that perhaps we might not want to take a distribution this year if we are expecting funding cut, and since we also have a surplus.
No, because actually that money will help us a lot for fiscal year 21 because we, as a matter of fact, the next question on Susan's list has to do with the Friends, and kind of a nice little segue here, a little bit into, and I'll get back to the Community Foundation in just a second.
Perry, if I'm right, the Community Foundation dollars are the interest off of that actual fund, right? You get that every year regardless. So it's not like we're dipping into it, Leah.
Right.
You're going to get it.
Yeah, but
you can turn it down, but I don't know
Right.
that.
I was just thinking we might be able to reinvest and increase.
Well, it would go back into principal, but it wouldn't be like next year you wouldn't be able to get like double your normal allocation, because the way they determine how much is available each year is that they take an average of your fund balance over the previous 20 quarters, which is 5 years, and then 4% of that is what is available each year. So so it's really to our advantage to go ahead and take the money out and have that available for spending next year, and then next year we'll have a number somewhere in a similar range. I think it might be less next year just because the way the market has gone, this particular year, but we probably will still have $16,000, $17,000, $18,000 or so available next year, at this time to, the same time frame to pull out. So it's kind of like if we don't take it now, we probably, we wouldn't get the same impact that we would get. We wouldn't get the same impact later, but from this money.
Okay, thank you.
So back to the Friends. Her question was, regarding the Friends donation, that's for programming. Do we anticipate them giving this all, their commitment for 2020? And the answer is no. We already know we will not get our final installment for this fiscal year, and um, then the next fiscal year is going to be it's very up in the air right now. Obviously the Friends have not been able to do any fundraising with their book sales, et cetera, and whether or not we're even going to be able to have the book sales the rest of the year are still in question. Their number one priority right now is keeping their director employed to work on fundraising and such. And so we're going to look at programming funding basically from what we have on hand in fiscal year 21's budget, and do our planning from that standpoint. And then if there's more money available from the Friends, then that'll be gravy for next year. Yeah. The official budget that will be passed by County Council for that fund, this is part of our special revenue funds. It will still have that revenue and expenses budgeted in there. That way, if their funding does come through, we won't have to go back and amend our budget for that. But we will operate as if we will start the year operating as if that money is not coming in, and then go from that point, and hopefully things will turn around and they will start getting some more income in, and we'll see where that heads. Any questions there? Angela can address that a little bit more too, if need be.
Yes, I can speak. We had a productive meeting with the Friends yesterday, Natalie, Susan, Janelle, and I, and we were talking appropriate timeline for when the Friends can have their volunteers come back into the building, and they're slowly phasing in, and then when we can feasibly start looking at book sales for the Friends. Now, they are, I have to say, thinking outside the box, and they're looking at virtual book sales where they would have book bundles available by genre, by author, however it is they want to handle that, and they would run a pilot of that probably at Maine, and a patron would pay online for their book bundle, and then they would come in and pick up their book bundle, and there would be like no contact, which I think is great. We are hopeful that we will be able to have Friends book sales later in the summer. We're looking at having one here at Maine, inside on the second floor. Where we had the Ann River Sit-ins event, and you know how it's in the nonfiction area, and that's a nice wide area, and Susan and Janelle and I were talking about how we could do social distancing there, we think, fairly easily. But one thing that they're grappling with is anyone going to come to their book sales, because they're usually pretty crowded and they're usually pretty busy, and they don't know what the temperament of the public is going to be. So everything's kind of up in the air about how the public will respond. We feel confident with donations, and we'll be taking those in later in June or early July. It's will people come to the book sales whenever they have them back up and running. So that's something that we're kind of waiting and seeing, and the library is committed to supporting how we can with our spaces, or helping with thinking through virtual options and other methods too.
This is Susan. I think that sounds really brilliant that they're going to try to do a virtual thing, and it makes perfect sense that, yeah, they can commit because of their book sales. I hadn't really thought about that, but, that makes sense. So that does sound like taking that coastal community interest, dividend, whatever makes sense. And then I had also wondered about the Friends and why their board had to vote on the giving us that interest money. Is that because they contributed to the base money that's there?
That was part of the agreement. That was one of the requirements in the original agreement that created this fund. This mechanism was set up because they originally had the majority of the money that's in that fund, and that was just how it was decided. It's all per
just so they're in the loop.
Yes, and their board did vote to approve at their May 13th meeting, and so they have on their end approved it, and so that's what we will put the motion forth tonight, is for the CCPL board to approve.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that, Troy and I have been on the board, I think the longest of anybody, And so the newer people really may have questions about this because I myself, when we just do it once a year, I admit that I forget,
Sure.
what happens there. So thank you for clarifying that all, and everything that you said makes perfect sense.
Okay, thank
Susan,
you.
this is Carolyn, and I wanted to say when I got on the board, because I had this question, and this is before Angela came on board. Jane and Perry got all of the documents, the legal documents going back with the Florida, and I read through them because I just wanted to make sure, and I saw where there were successor funds and everything else, because I had the same question last year, and everything is legally above board, and basically even with it would take a lot for them to withhold their approval, the way that the legal documents.
I would guess
if that makes
so.
you
Well,
feel
thank
any
you.
better.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, and thank you for remembering about it too, which is my weakness in this case, and other things as well.
Perry got me all the documents last year because my first finance board meeting, and I really appreciated that, Perry, and I read through them, which shows that I don't always read for pleasure.
Yeah, we understand. All right, so the Susan's final question had to do with the other donations, the expenditures, who makes decisions on the funds at the various branches, and for the most part, the managers manage those funds as far as they basically know what they have, and will send in basically requests for release of those funds, et cetera. There's some of the larger funds. And this would exclude the things like the estate contributions that came in. Those are controlled by us. We have some. We're holding back some of that for possible use to supplement some of the renovation projects. If there's some extra things we might want to do, and then some of the other funds have specific restrictions to them that we have to adhere to. So that's basically how that sort of works there. So any other questions about the March 31st report before we move into the update on the fiscal year 21 budget? All right, well, hearing none, I guess we'll move forward to where we're at with the fiscal year 21 budget. Process-wise, the County Council will start looking at this next Tuesday in a council meeting. They're only going to have 3 meetings this year. The dates will be June 2nd at 6:30. If you want to tune in, the council meetings are broadcast online. You can get to it from their website. We're going to be limited in, they're limiting the attendance in person at their meetings. We're only allowed 1 representative from the library, so Angela will be attending, and she and I will be
texting.
Right, if anything is necessary in there. And then the next meeting will be June 9th. Well, what will happen next Tuesday will be they will go through the entire budget. They usually break it up into multiple meetings, but this one they'll do the overview, look at all the departmental budgets, the special funds, the capital, all of that, and then also actually have the first reading of the budget. And then on June 9th will be the second reading of the budget along with the public hearing. And then I think it's the 16th maybe?
Like it's the 16th.
I think it's the 16th is the, no wait, yeah, I guess that's right. No, it's the 18th will be the third reading of the budget as far as what I have on my calendar here. Okay, so that's just the process, where we're at in the process from a county council standpoint. The budget that you're going to see next month when we are ready to show you the final budget, it will be substantially different than what you saw in January. a lot's happened since then. The budget we prepared and thought we had in January was really pretty much, we thought, an awesome budget. It was going to allow us to do a lot of things. And unfortunately, as everyone knows, everything has changed. And so I thought I would walk you through real quickly, what has changed so far in the budget. Our original target was a little over the target appropriation that they gave us to work with last fall was $28 million and change, and the target will be $25 million, or the new budget appropriation will be $25 million, and I'll tell you how we got there. The first thing that was coming out of our budget has to do with the North Charleston branch, Keith Summey. But like we told you in January, we were anticipating that reduction. Then also, as we looked at this process and knew that there were going to be tremendous budget cuts, looming for that, we started looking on our side what we could do, and we put in an offer that was accepted, let's say, that we felt like we could manage these ferries opening by utilizing staff from the branches that are going to go offline next year for renovations, and not have to add those salaries to, the new salaries to fiscal year 21's budget. And that saved about $1.4 million, which was, in the words of the budget director, extremely helpful to balancing that budget. But then on top of that, a few other things have come along as well. The county is going to deny all personnel increases as far as additional personnel. So there was no new positions in fiscal year 21 budget. So the development officer is eliminated, along with the extra FTEs for the rural libraries. And of course, we're not real. The development officer doesn't bother us a whole lot because fundraising is going to be very difficult next fiscal year anyway. And then there was also personnel related. The state has actually helped out a little bit with the retirement system. They're delaying an increase in the employer percentage for retirement for at least 1 year. So that actually saved us, saving about $125,000 or so, for us. And then other expenses, there was a little minor correction from the facilities department as far as their utility projection that saves some money. Training countywide has been cut. There'll be no travel at all, so that there was a significant decrease in training funds. And then the county is also not going to do any kind of other capital projects, any new capital projects, new vehicles, etc. So our vehicle request has come out, as well as our IT projects. We're not overly concerned about the vehicles, because with one of those vehicles was a new delivery, an additional delivery vehicle, but taking 2 or 3 libraries offline for most of the year will mitigate that loss. And then the IT, that's a manageable reduction as well, because this was kind of a want to project. It wasn't an absolutely have to. It was a project that can be delayed another year as well. So all of those kind of came down out of our appropriation. And then we had already planned on using $234,000 of fund balance to balance our budget. Even when we did that in January. And so we're going to have to use another additional $265,000 as well to make this. That's another contribution of our fund balance, which is still will leave us still in a very strong position fund balance wise as compared. We will have well over, probably close to maybe a month and a half's worth of fund balance on hand, and so we'll be in good shape there. And then there's one other wrinkle. So all that was really good. I mean, we were fine with that. And then they're going to, they're doing one more wrinkle countywide. With at least this is what the budget director is telling us, and they haven't published the countywide proposed budget yet, at least as of 30 minutes ago when I checked before this meeting. So I haven't seen exactly how they're doing everything, but they're doing something, it's a little bit odd terminology. They're calling it a circuit breaker, where they're going to withhold, or they're going to basically reduce expenses countywide by 2% and kind of hold that back. And so what that would mean is there's an additional 2% coming off of our appropriation, which is about $491,000. The idea there is that they would start the year assuming that money is not coming in, and then at various times during the year they will reevaluate their financial position and possibly release part or all of those funds as the year goes along. So we will also have to start the year assuming we're not getting that $490,000 as well, which will impact us somewhat there. We will basically have to temporarily reduce our budget, various line items, etc. It's a little bit of a challenge for us because there's a sizable portion of our budget that is set, that you cannot just do an across-the-board 2% reduction, because you have things like contracts, etc., that you can, like even things like our computers, both staff and public, are leased. We cannot reduce that lease payment by 2%. We cannot tell our ILS provider that we're only going to send you 98% of our of the funding, etc. We have a lot of things like that, which even in the materials budget there are significant contractual amounts there, and all of which is about 7.5% of our budget. We really cannot reduce, and so we're looking at some things like we are in the planning for the materials budget. We're holding back. They're going to hold back a certain amount of money, and to like in a contingency fund there, that they will not allocate to their various categories until we see that we're going to get the money, and then we will have to really watch our personnel budget very closely, because obviously that's where the bulk of our expenses are, and that's going to have to take the bulk of or absorb the bulk of of this. But in personnel, the way we budget personnel, we budget as if we were fully employed, and then back off an allowance for savings for things such as the lag in hiring. When someone leaves, there's usually a period of time before you get that position filled. Also, there's usually, especially if someone retires, then you usually replace that person at a lower rate than what that person's making. So there's a certain amount of money you save every year in personnel because of that. We just are going to have to operate as if that allowance we set aside is bigger than what we originally set aside. And historically, we're probably okay, if we continue to operate the way we have historically, but we will just have to monitor that very closely, throughout the year to see where we're at. So overall, though, those are the only cuts that are really being looked at right now for us, and I don't anticipate anything else, at least from county staff proposing anything else. They would have told us by now, and but of course all bets are off when when the county council gets a hold of it. But right now they're not looking at anything like any other personnel actions. There's no hiring freezes proposed yet. There's no adjustments to the compensation plan proposed at this time. And so other than just having to be very frugal this year, we believe that we can manage with what is being proposed. Any questions that we can answer or concerns?
Angela, this is Carolyn, and I know you're so tired of hearing me beat this horse about the rural libraries, and I know that you had it in the budget and that we've got to take our hits. But is there, particularly right now with the schools closed in McClellanville and with Edisto, with those branches having such reduced hours, is there any way next year, if, say, for example, you have somebody that quits at the James Island branch or quits at the Cynthia Hurd branch, that you could possibly, move that what money over to a couple of these really poor rural branches? Because I just think the school children out there in McClellanville and Edisto, they're with families that don't have Wi-Fi, and they need these libraries open more. And I know you're a big champion of that, and that's why I'm bringing it up again.
No, I completely agree, Carolyn. You're right. The rural libraries are a priority for us. Perry and I, when we were going through the new budget, we were reminiscing about the old budget, and we were talking about how it really was one of the most perfect budgets. And I just have to compliment Perry for working with all the evolving circumstances. What I can say is that even though our budget has changed, the need at the rural libraries has not. So we are, with our curbside hours, looking at revisiting hours system-wide. We think it's a great opportunity to hit the reset button for what our operational hours are and readdressing where the highest areas of use are and need. And so we are being thoughtful in, as we go through our reopening phase, where is it that we need to rechannel staff, and are the hours that we currently have, which is predominantly 10 in the morning until 8, is that the right hours, or do we need to revisit those? So rural has definitely been top of mind. I've had some wonderful conversations with Ms. Johnson, who is, of course, an advocate for rural services. So we are not giving up on finding ways to expand access. And I have to deeply compliment the branch managers for McClellanville and Edisto. They are very open to being open for their patrons whenever we need. We just need to work on some solutions, and we are working on some solutions. So please know that that is top of mind for us, and that there are some things from the former budget that we're hoping we can bring to life in this current budget, because we know the need hasn't changed, and we're hoping to find avenues towards that.
Well, I appreciate that, because as you know, I've been lobbying for that ever since I've been on the board. And I feel like right now the need is even greater with the schools closed and with the coronavirus for these rural branches, because these children that live out there, even though we're getting ready to open the new Hollywood branch, if there are a lot of people on Edisto that don't have cars to get to the Hollywood branch. And so that's why. And I really am glad to hear that you are continuing to look at that, even if it's under the radar, because I think if we could just have consistent hours, because with those branches, particularly Edisto, people get confused. That's why the branch manager there has even made up little note cards, because they're open some days they're not. They're open, their hours are all over the place. And so I appreciate your looking for that, because people out there and in McClellanville really, really right now need the libraries.
Oh, no, I totally agree. And if I could just talk about some of the silver linings of our current scenario. One, I really believe that COVID has given us a chance to revisit things such as hours, primary service, digital equity, things that we have always talked about, but weren't able to make a move on because we were so busy with the new branches. And it's not that it wasn't important, it's that our staff bandwidth was allocated towards opening the branches as it should have been. Well, with us not in the buildings, and we were behind the scenes planning, and we realized digital equity is much bigger than we originally thought. The library is in fact a partner with that, so we are committed to moving forward with that. We are working on some solutions for that. I will say that even though we aren't getting the budget that we wanted for fiscal 21, I am thrilled at where we are right now. We have beautiful new buildings with wonderful Wi-Fi that made a difference even with the doors closed, and I cannot reiterate how wonderful it was to have Hollywood out there with the Wi-Fi service. The patrons just over and over again thanked us profusely for that access, and there were people driving to it. No, it wasn't perfect. We wish we could have done more, but it was a good right now solution. Other sort of silver linings, we're looking at Bees Ferry as an opportunity for professional development with our staff. We know that it's not exactly how we wanted to staff the building originally, but we think that because it's going to be such a dynamic building and has so much technology access and a new service model and everything else, it will be a wonderful training ground for our regional library staff, so that when they go back into their renovated buildings, they're going to have an entirely new skill set that we'll be able to leverage at the system-wide level. So there's a lot of silver linings that we have seen emerge from this closure, and even though the budget isn't where we want it to be, I have to say that county was very supportive of us when we were in the good years, and they loved that we wanted to increase the rural hours. They were very supportive of that. They loved that we wanted to have additional vehicles for outreach. Like, nothing that we put forth to them, they agreed to all of it. So I truly think we can get there again. It's just that this year, as we all just know, it's going to be a tight year. We're going to have to be frugal. We're going to have to be careful. But we have a lot to work with, and I'm just so grateful of how we're positioned. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am for the executive team for their thoughts on how to shepherd us through. And I think we have some really good solutions for a situation that isn't optimal, but we are doing the best with what we got.
Angela and Perry, and I guess this may be just a silly question to ask. I guess the mobile library, the bookmobile, is out of the budget. Is that correct?
No,
it's referendum.
No, I mean, we have the book.
Yeah.
I mean, it just hasn't.
So that's going to be bought.
Oh yeah, it's ready. Yeah, we've already purchased it.
Yes.
The bookmobile, the launch was a casualty of COVID, just like the opening of Hollywood St. Paul, unfortunately. It is ready to go, and we are so frustrated that we weren't able to launch it. We don't have a driver that has the right certification to drive the vehicle, because it truly is a very large truck-like vehicle that needs a special license, and so we weren't able to hire that driver before we went out, for COVID. So once we're able to do that, then we can put that vehicle out in full force, and that's going to help a lot with our rural access as well. And for the 3 or so, however many regional libraries that we have going off, that will help with access and equity too, as those renovations are taking place.
That was the reason for my question. So okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Angela, this is Carolyn with a follow-up. What are we going to do with the old mobile library? And I know we had originally thought that it would go away, but should we maybe keep it? Can we afford to keep it, since to help with the libraries going offline, as well as the rural libraries?
Well, that's a good question.
It's actually county property.
County owns it, and they want to sell it and monetize it. They actually have a buyer interested in it. So, and really, I think we've had it for 20 years. I think at this point, it's costing us more to keep it on the road than it is to take it off. So
That's what I figured.
Yeah. It's I don't know who's purchasing it, but no, it's a good question. We thought about, could we utilize it, because when we couldn't use the bookmobile, we do have a driver for the current bookmobile, but it is truly on its last leg. We were scared to take it out in the community, to be honest. We were afraid that it wouldn't make it. So we're going to give that one back to the county. I think they have a buyer for it already, and then we will launch our new bookmobile very soon once we have a hired driver, which is part of our plan.
I guess the old one's offline more than West Ashley is.
Yes, yes, It's inconsistent is a polite way to put it.
Yeah, I think at this point they've said they're not going to fix it anymore.
Right.
If it breaks
Right.
down again, that's it.
All they do is call the tow truck.
Well, it's small. I know it's small because I went into it several times when it was on James Island, when James Island was offline. And people were so excited to see it in the old branch parking lot, and they lined up early. And the staff with the bookmobile, as I told you at the time, Angela, I was so impressed with them because they got there early and they would open up early, and because there would be people there waiting to get in the bookmobile, and I was really impressed with that.
Anyone that was excited about the old bookmobile is just going to be
Oh,
ecstatic.
they're going to be through the moon. And our new bookmobile is launching at an excellent time when our regional libraries go offline, because that's going to be part of our service model for those communities, and they're going to love it. It really is a library on wheels. It's just phenomenal. So we're excited about that. So again, we're positioned very well, I think, to ride this out in a positive way and to continue making a significant impact in the community. So I'm just very, very grateful that we are positioned as we are, because I can tell you other counties in the state are not, other libraries are not, and I'm just grateful that we've been able to also dialogue with Charleston County government and talk through what we need to function as a library, and they've been very open to working with us.
Angela, this is Susan, and I address this to the other staff as well. I think that your idea to staff Bees Ferry with existing staff is brilliant, and I know it wasn't really what you wanted to do, but I have experience with staff cross-training at a couple of libraries, some more willingly than others. And, the staff often would be like, oh, that's out of my comfort zone. I don't want to do that. No, I like my own branch. Across the board, positive results. I have hardly seen anybody come out of it saying, oh, it was terrible. It just enhanced everything about the system, the communication, the regard that staff had for other staff. And so I think you're going to see a really good, outcome from this. I don't know how else to say it. Besides the economic, you'll probably get some volunteers, which will be really cool, but I just think it's a great move, and it was very innovative.
Well, I have to give Perry hats off. He was the one that came up with that solution. We were looking at options, and that was one that we realized we needed to move on, because going to the county with the solution, we would rather tell them how we want to operate than have them tell us how to operate. So that was very, very well thought out by Perry. And I will say, and we talked about this a bit on our Tuesday meeting, and we will talk about it with our building update, the timeline for the renovations works well for us to make a decision about, we should know next spring if we have the staff for Bees Ferry, if they're funded, or if we don't, and then we know that we will need to tap the next round of renovations to staff Bees Ferry. So from a timing standpoint, this is working out very well. It's going to be a smooth transition, I think. And again, just knowing how our budget cycle is, we will know if Bees Ferry is funded. If it is, we can hire for those positions. If not, we will have a method in place to utilize our regional libraries, and we'll go for round 2 for the next fiscal year.
That sounds really good. Thank you for that update.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and thank you all for your patience with all of our different methods of communicating and trying to keep the board up to date. It's been very awkward with COVID, and of course it's been a very challenging time because we haven't been able to meet in person, and we've had a lot of things happen. So thank you for calling in. Thank you for the video conferences. Thank you for the emails. We hope you feel updated and engaged. We know it's a strange process right now, and we're looking forward to being able to talk in person next month, which will be great.
So if they don't have anything else, then we need to move to.
Okay. I think if we don't have any additional questions, now we just needed to move into executive session because we had an update about a contractual matter. Troy, would you mind calling executive session? Uh-oh.
Oh, we've lost your sound.
I'm sorry, this is Leah. Does that mean I need to log off now?
If I call
no, Leah,
for executive session.
Okay, and Leah, as a board member, you're allowed to remain.
Okay.
So we need to get.
Oh, I'm trying to see what I'm just asking for us to go into executive session or calling for a
You're
vote.
calling, Troy, you're calling executive session. I'm just going to confirm with Amanda that we have turned off to the public. So 1 second.
Okay.
We need a motion.
Yeah, I guess Troy, if you can have someone give a motion, make a motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, can I have a
under-
motion to,
I was going to say, under FOIA, we actually have to have a motion, and this
Yes.
is Carolyn as a committee member. I will make the motion that we go into executive session, and we need a second from somebody that is on the committee.
I second it.
All right. And then Troy, if you'll just call and ask if all are in favor.
Are all in favor for going into executive session? Say aye.
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 Any nays? The ayes have it. We are now in executive session.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, yes. Perry will.
This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we? Everybody can hear?
This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold.
This is Carolyn. I'll make the motion to adjourn.
This is Darcy. I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. The meeting for the Finance Committee meeting for May 28th, 2020 is adjourned.
Can I just ask real quick, is the call-in and the code the same for the board meeting as for this meeting?
Yes.
Susan,
yes,
I
it
was
is.
going to ask the same question.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Thank you. Okay, I might
Yes,
try to
the
see if I
call-in
can
link
get
and
on,
the
but-
code are going to be completely the same. If you want to remain on hold, if you want to remain on the line, I'm just going to put the meeting on hold until the board meeting starts. Otherwise, you can just call back or reconnect.
Yeah, I'll call back in a few minutes. Thank you.
I'll call back. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I'm going to hang on. I'm going to hang on hold, but I'm going to take my camera off and maybe drink some liquor or something. I don't know.
So approved. Thank you all.
I'm just going to take my camera off and mute.
This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold.
Okay, so yeah, more people
Hello,
coming in.
everyone. I've taken it off hold so we can do some introductions.
Great.
This is Harry.
So Perry's
Hey, Terry.
tuned in, and I see Angela and Melanie in the boardroom, and Darlene down there in the corner.
And I see Rob.
Hi, Rob. Hi, Dylan.
Hey guys.
Hey, Dylan.
Rob and Dylan are
Darcy's
here.
here.
Hey, Darcy.
Hey, Darcy.
Hi, guys.
You just have to make a
Darcy is
motion for executive
Are you guys, Troy's here?
That's that we all leave.
Troy's
They
here.
mute, so no one is by the camera. But if you have any technical difficulties and we didn't, Amanda's right outside.
Okay.
So you just have to walk out and say, Amanda.
Is Miss Nesbitt here?
She's going to
This
call
is Mary.
in. There she is.
Woo, hi, Mary.
Hello.
Hey, Johnny.
How are you? Are you good?
Hello. May I ask who just joined?
Hoping that they begin to get a better broadband system out there where we are.
And this is
Great.
That was very
It looks authentic.
Is Miss Riley here? No, Miss Riley's not here yet. Is Miss Anna Johnson here yet?
I don't think she's going to come, Amanda, because this is the one Thursday that there was a county council meeting in addition to our board meeting. So I don't believe
Okay.
she's going to be here tonight.
All right. Is Tony here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, cool. And what about Janelle Marvin? Are you here? Not yet. Okay. And Tony, do you know if Jeanette is going to be joining?
I did pass along the info and she was planning on it, so Susan she'll Strunk. probably be here in a couple of minutes.
All right. And who just joined the meeting?
Susan Strunk.
Susan. All right. Hi,
I'm
Susan.
just calling in. My little button is still swirling, so I just figured I'd
Oh,
call.
I'm so sorry the interface not working for you.
It could be just my own internet. Who knows?
Rob, I accidentally knocked myself off.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So if I am correct, we're still missing Miss Nesbitt. Is that correct? Or sorry, Miss.
No.
Yeah, Miss.
No,
Riley.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Mary Nesbitt is here.
Yes, I can hear you, Mary.
Oh, okay.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Are you all right?
I'm good. Busy.
How's your foot?
I think we're still just waiting on
Mhm.
Did you hire all those folks?
one more board member.
We've hired 5 in the past 2 weeks, and we have 5. That's 5 or 6. Oh my gosh, that's fast.
And to onboard you.
So it's good. It'll help you. It will, but we're all together because our building is not big. It's really not. And everything else.
How are you social distancing?
No, you're not. Can't. So we're setting up upstairs an empty office that has 4, 5, 6
Are there
workstations.
any other members of CCPL staff here?
Have you all ever
Darlene,
able to
I'm
think
here.
about
You don't have me.
All right, I do have you, Darlene, and
Okay.
Mary, I have you, Tony, I have you.
But right now we're in a county building and we pay about
Did you say me?
Nothing's like free.
Amanda, did you get Perry?
Yes, I got you, Perry.
Okay.
And I see Nicholas Page has just joined. Nick, can you hear us? All right, I don't hear Nick, and I see Miss Riley is in here. Can you hear us? Okay, can't hear you, Miss Riley. You may need to enable your microphone.
Renee?
Hi, Renee.
Hi.
Hey.
We're just waiting on a couple of board members. Oh, Miss Riley, did you get it working?
I'm trying to see. It's saying that my webcam is off.
You're good.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, we got you.
Awesome.
We got you. Yay!
Yay!
Hi, guys. Miss you all.
I miss you too. Has anyone heard from Carolyn? Is she on yet?
She will call in. She's driving from Columbia.
Okay.
And Nick, did you get your audio figured out?
I think so. You tell me.
Oh, yep, can hear you now.
Yes, there we
Awesome.
go.
Great.
There we go. Hey, Nick.
Oh, and we can see you now. Hooray.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so it's just Miss Blue now, is that correct?
Yes, she should be calling in.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Melanie and Angela now.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hey.
Hello.
Afternoon.
This is Carolyn Blue again.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hey.
Well, I'm so glad to be able to see some faces and hear some voices. So it's great to see you. Hey, Natalie.
Hey, Melanie.
Glad that we're all here. We're able to make it. I will call the meeting to order. It is currently 5:16, and do want to establish that we have followed the Freedom of Information Act and released postings and announcements that we're having this meeting today, and the process in which we're having the meeting. So any community members who are interested in joining have been giving the link as well as the phone number to dial in. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Rob, I
No,
see you
your
shaking
sound
head.
quality is horrible.
Yikes.
Yeah, I can't. You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or.
Hear you okay? You sound pretty clear on my end.
Yeah, I can hear
pretty clear on
perfectly
my
fine.
Rob, they're saying it's you.
Yeah, it sounds clear on my end.
Okay, I'm moving just a slightly bit closer to the mic. Rob, does this help?
Leah Cross.
Yes.
Hi, Leah.
Hi.
Rob, are you called in with a phone?
I'm having trouble.
No, I'm on Wi-Fi.
Oh, no wonder.
Oh, yeah. That.
You might just. I'm using a cell phone, and it's working pretty well.
Maybe I'll try that.
Do you need us to wait for a second while you dial in using your cell?
No, go ahead. Continue on. I might rejoin on my cell. Hang on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay, so we did the Freedom of Information Act. How's everyone's family doing?
Great.
Good.
Going good.
Yep, just fine.
Good. I'm glad
Everyone's
to hear
great
that.
here.
We're missing Susan. That's the only one we're missing right now, right?
I thought it was
No, I'm
Susan.
on.
She's here.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, Susan, I didn't hear your voice.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm fine.
All righty. For any public members, community members who are on the line, are there any comments that you would like to make? Hearing none, we will move forward with board comment. Do any of our board members have anything they'd like to state or contribute? Don't all
Melanie,
talk at once. Yes, ma'am.
this is Carolyn Blue. I just wanted to check. We have been getting our FOIA notices out, but I noticed that our library board meetings are never listed in the Post and Courier, and all other county meetings are, and city meetings and Folly Beach and Isle of Palms and all. And is is it because we are not getting them out far enough in advance? And if so, could possibly Natalie and Doug work on that? I've noticed over the past year that none of our library board meetings have been listed in the weeks going on of public notices. And I think it's real important that.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, keep going.
I just think it's real important that the public be aware of when we have our board meetings, and I would like to see ours listed in the newspaper the way county council is, and the budget committee, and public safety, and all the other governmental entities. And I would just ask that maybe staff get with the Post and Courier to see whatever they need to do to get it out, because other departments for Charleston County are doing that. If that would
Definitely, I appreciate your feedback on that. We do want to make sure our meeting is advertised and posted in the Post and Courier. I do know that we do send our notifications to the Post and Courier, actually more than one email address at the Post and Courier. Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong on this. So we will reach out to our contacts there, or whoever we need to contact to make sure that we're listed in the paper as far as when our meetings are being held and the method in which it's being held. Thank you for that feedback, Carolyn.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? All righty, well, I have no comments. I know it's shocking, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Yes, I have a correction. Under our vote to approve, we can remove implement virtual and telephonic meetings in exceptional circumstances. I reached out to county once again, and thank you all for your patience. These meetings have been top of mind with library staff and county staff, and we don't have a great precedence for how to manage having board meetings in COVID during shutdown. So what county legal has landed on is that we just need to take our future board meetings based on the executive orders, that if there is an executive order for sheltering in place or some such thing, we would work with county to make sure we are all in a line and that we're doing it the same way. But as it stands right now, we actually don't have to vote to approve that, and that we can move forward with our meetings per usual. And next month we will be meeting in person, so that will be a wonderful change from our virtual meetings. So thank you all for your patience.
Any questions about that?
Not really a question so much as a comment. I just say that so far, I if we had to do virtual meetings again for whatever reason, I think the video adds a nice touch and significantly better than just doing a blind conference call.
Yes,
I agree.
I agree, Nicholas, and thank you again for working with us on this format.
It really is good to see everybody's faces.
It is. And that was my only change.
Yeah. Okay, that's the only change. Anyone else? All righty. And we don't have to vote on that. Okay.
No.
And make sure. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes?
Yes.
Excellent. Amanda, thank you again for your accuracy and your minutes. We appreciate it. If I can get a motion.
I move to accept the minutes as presented.
Second. Is there a second? Who was the second?
Mary.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All righty, it has passed. The ayes have it. And Angela's going to review the Coastal Community Foundation funds.
Yes, thank you. We would ask the trustees to please vote to approve the CCPL use of the Coastal Community Foundation funds for this year in the amount of $19,981 to cover cost of innovative programs and services. This request would be used to pay for programming and services being provided as a virtual model in the wake of COVID-19. We have had to make some adjustments to our service model to provide virtual programming and services, which will remain intact despite presumptive reopenings of our facility. So our digital model is working very well, and we have been able to do some very innovative programs with our digital model, and so this would help with any costs we would have. The COVID is causing a significant lack of funding for our summer reading program, which will still occur this year, but on a virtual model. The $19,981 will cover the cost of the summer reading program and performances and prizes. The Charleston Friends of the Library Board approved the request on May 13th, and now we ask the approval of the Board of Trustees of the Charleston County Public Library.
Are there any questions about this request?
No.
Okay. Excellent. So may I get a motion that we...
Motion to accept the Coastal Community Foundation funds as written.
This is Carolyn Blue, and I second Troy's motion as we're both on the Finance Committee and discussed this thoroughly earlier today.
Yes, excellent.
Thank you both.
It has been motioned and accepted and seconded. Any other discussion? Giving you another chance. May I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. We will request the funds from Coastal Community Foundation.
Thank you all.
And Angela, this is yours too.
Yes, thank you. I bring to the trustees to please vote to approve temporary authorization of myself, Executive Director, to make changes to Code of Conduct if needed until August 2020. I would like to explain why we are making this ask. Our service model is evolving due to COVID, and we, for the first time, are offering curbside service, and as we go back into our buildings, we will be offering amended services and have a different feel from our typical public library. We feel that our current Code of Conduct covers us for what we know, but there's so much that we don't know with COVID that we would like to have this temporary measure to cover some of the unknowns ahead of us. What I would like to say is one of the reasons that we're asking for approval is the timing. We are launching curbside service on June 8th, so if we needed to make an adjustment to the Code of Conduct, we wouldn't be able to approach the board until later in June. There's not a board meeting in July, and that we have one in late August. So if we needed to make modifications due to something that has emerged because of COVID to our Code of Conduct, we would not be able to access the board as easily as we would during other times of the year. What I would say is I'm very committed to, should something arise that we, the staff, feel needs to be a permanent part of our Code of Conduct, we would come to the board for a vote in August, asking them to make any modification permanent if we find that that serves our library well.
Angela, this is Carolyn, and I'm very concerned about doing this because I feel like this is delegating our responsibility as trustees. And while we believe very much that you have the library's interest at heart, also right now, due to the fact that patrons aren't, it's very difficult for them to participate in this meeting this afternoon. There was no notice of it in the newspaper. We've not been able to get public comments. I feel like we need to err on the side of the patrons at this point, and that we need to keep the Code of Conduct as it is. And if something happens, then we would need to address it in August.
Well, I would say that what I'm asking is not out of tone from what other library directors have asked their board throughout the state of South Carolina, and colleagues from other systems have said that they have gone to their boards asking for similar support, particularly during this time because there is so much unknown to how we serve the public with COVID. And again, we feel that our code of conduct, of course, covers normal operations, but with the unknowns of how we are approaching our service model, we would like to, as staff, have the support of the board to be able to make temporary changes during this time.
Angela, could you give us an example, a hypothetical example of something that would require a change in the code of conduct?
That's something that exec team and I were talking about. We don't have an example other than with curbside being new, and we don't know how long curbside is going to last. We want that to be a temporary measure. Do we have the appropriate coverage with our current code of conduct to pivot if we need to protect the staff and public? And we weren't sure. So we couldn't think of any scenarios, Leah, and that's a very good question because we actually haven't gone through that scenario. By the time August rolls around, I am hopeful that we will be back in our buildings in some semblance of normal. So this really is a temporary measure. This is not looked at as something permanent or extreme, and it's not out of step of what other libraries are doing across the state.
Could I volunteer an observation? If this is the way I read into the ask, and it has more to do with like the current events of the opposites of mask wearers versus non-mask wearers, and the possible eventuality of a non-mask wearing person wanting to gain access to a library or in some form or fashion putting a library employee, staff member between allowing that person entry into the building versus having to code of conduct saying allowing them to intervene in enforcing, you know, whatever social distancing or mask wearing codes that come up. There's been more than enough examples in the press, on Twitter, on Facebook, of these clashes occurring at restaurants, at grocery stores. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't we assume we're going to run into the same bad behavior in accessing a library? And I sure as heck wouldn't want to put a library staff member in any question of authority in terms of turning away bad behavior or feeling confident that the library, the executive team, and in fact the county has their back in trying to enforce codes at a library.
Mm-hmm.
But Rob,
excuse me, this is, go ahead, Carolyn. Well, actually, go ahead, Carolyn.
Go ahead, Leah.
Well, I was just going to say that I concur with what Rob has said. And as you said, I fully trust, like the rest of us do, Angela's judgment on this. But the board does have recourse. If for some reason something happens and some rule, which I do not anticipate at all, is created to deal with some sort of scenario, we could call a special meeting. Our bylaws state in Article 5 that special meetings may be called by the chair when necessary and or at the written request of 3 trustees. So I think that if at any time we felt uncomfortable with the decision that had been made, even though we don't have a board meeting in July, we could we could get together and we could call a special board meeting with one agenda item to revoke this temporary measure, which will expire in August.
Correct. And I would update the board if we did make a temporary change so that you were all aware that we made this modification, so that if we needed to make it permanent to our code of conduct, we could discuss it further in August. Again, we're actually assuming the best of our patrons. We are very, very optimistic that our curbside is going to go very well, as will our opening. We just are approaching this from an abundance of caution because, as Rob was saying, we have certainly heard stories, unfortunately, at a local level of how the opening has happened at other comparable sites, organizations, businesses, and so we are just asking for an extra level of protection so that we can react maybe a little bit faster than we would under normal circumstances.
Angela, this is Carolyn.
Carolyn, go ahead.
Okay. Angela, my concern is legally, if we do this and we have delegated our responsibility to allow you to do this, and you and the staff decide to go forth and do something, the county and the library could be sued because the Board of Trustees did not approve a change in advance. Our coming back after the fact and having, as Leah suggested, a special board meeting to retroactively approve something would not protect us from a lawsuit. However, what I would suggest, tacking on to what Leah said, is if you see that there is a need for us to address something, if you would come to us and call a special board meeting with the one agenda item, then we could tackle it. We would be protecting ourselves legally. We would be in a much stronger legal position, and that's what I would recommend.
My question would be, what kind of position are we putting the employees in who have to react in real time to situations as they develop? Will there be time to
They can call the police, Rob. I mean, that's why we have guards, and if they need to call the sheriff or the police or whatever, we've had that before, as you know. That's why we've banned patrons. We can do that. They have, if they are put in any sort of situation where they feel threatened, and as you know, we had a board meeting about a patron appealing that, they can call, and that's what I would recommend that would happen.
Someone else was trying to get in.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Susan. Can I get in on this one?
Sure.
This is. Angela, I would like to ask you, do you believe that at your branches that the staff feels comfortable or empowered to call the police with no questions asked?
I'm looking at Darlene.
Because that is critical. They must feel that safe to do that.
Yeah, well, you know, we have, I mean, the pandemic is new, but we are not new to dealing with problems and dealing with disruptive patrons. It's just that because this is a different situation, it would be more powerful if staff knew that the board, as well as Angela, had our back should something occur that's totally different than what's covered, or even something that is questionable in terms of taking serious action. When we put someone on trespass, sometimes it's other than violent behavior. And we know those things off the top of our head, the action to take. And really, this action would be a vote of confidence that if we had to spin on a dime, because that's the environment that we're in now, we don't have a lot of time to react. Everything is really quick and fast. And if we had examples, we would provide it, but it's just that unusual things are happening right now. And really, this would just be a big vote of confidence.
Well, I would like to share a provision of a behavior, if you will, that was in policy at a library I worked, which was very supportive and really helped us. And we had trustees that said, look, we can list, you can't do this and you can't do that, and this is forbidden. But we had a provision that said you could not do anything that interfered with library operations. And if you feel like you want to add the word safe because we're worried about safety, I would be okay with adding a provision to our existing policy that would say anything, and that would be at the discretion of the staff member. If you see it, you know it. Anything that interferes with safe library operations is not allowed. And the staff member, you know, and this has to come from administration. You can let the staff know that the board supports this, but I know in my experience, sometimes it was just so hard to get across to the staff that you can, you know, call the police. You have to call the police. And that's what I would really like to see, that it's a blanket statement that we have supported. I don't know if that's enough, though. Do you think that's enough?
I think candidly, knowing that we can, as Darlene articulated, turn on a dime, move quickly will really help with staff as we try our new service model with curbside and beyond. We have, as you all know, had to change things very, very quickly, and we essentially are making sure that we are future planning. Again, this is temporary and not meant to drag on beyond August, because we think that after August, hopefully with health and safety, we will be back to a semblance of normal in our branches. So that was what my ask was, is that the temporary authorization would allow us to react very quickly in a time that we have candidly needed to react very quickly throughout this whole process.
I know Mary was trying to break in and make a comment. Mary, would you still like to make your comment?
Well, my question of concern was, I wanted to know, would you have any type of security measures, you know, other than just your staff being there?
At certain branches, we have consistent security, Mary. At the smaller branches, such as the rural libraries, we do not have consistent security. And so that has been another concern, is that unfortunately our budget is not going to be able to support having security officers at the level that we would like, which is a challenge, again, as we are moving forward with the different service model. Now, again, to answer Susan's question a little more effectively, I think any staff would feel comfortable calling 911, but I think in order to help staff feel empowered and us to respond consistently, should there be something that emerges due to COVID that is a behavior thing that we have not encountered before, then we are able to make a temporary modification and we can consistently, as a system, approach it, train staff, and if we needed to make it permanent, then we could ask the board to approve it in August.
I guess I see this as a sort of a chicken and egg thing, because if I'm delivering the books and there's no behavior that says you can't kick the cart of holds or something, you know, I'm still going to have to address it and deal with it right then and there, you know. So what comes first? That if something happens, well, then you know to address it after the fact. But I think there needs to be something out front so that staff feels concerned, if they're concerned, that they can feel confident that they can act with no scolding or retributions, you know, without saying, you know, in so many words what behavior is or isn't allowed.
Right. Is there an additional 10 or 15-minute training that we could provide staff to in the course of diffusing confrontational situations?
We are approaching it as we normally would, managing our patrons, where if a patron comes in and is upset, for example, that we are all wearing masks and PPE, and they demand, you know, why are you wearing this, or, you know, why are the hours not what they used to be, or things like that. We feel that our normal process with our code of conduct would manage that, and staff feel equipped to handle that. I think what the concern is, and what I have talked with my fellow library directors, is that we have just had to make so many changes so quickly that while we are offering services in a model that we're not familiar with, and that even when we're back in the buildings is going to be different, that is where we aren't 100% sure that our current code of conduct, which is designed for a normal operating procedure, covers us in the way that we would like.
I think one of the things that we should keep in mind too is that the staff, if we go back about a year or two, the staff went through training with the sheriff's office, is that right? As far as safety and security. And then having myself working in a social service agency myself, and we deal directly with the public, we have shut down our building and we have completely changed our service model because of the pandemic. And this is to protect our employees as well as the community in which we serve, primarily or majority individuals over 60 years old. And so in our agency, for us, it's easier because we're working out of one location. So for us, when we pivot on a dime, the whole building knows all at once. I think pivoting on a dime with an organization as large as this library, we sometimes have to give a little leeway to allow leadership to do what they need to do on the spot. And if there's a question, and given Angela's performance and the way that she communicates with us, if there's a question or concern, we know that we're going to immediately get an email or feedback. Check your email box, and you know that. But we definitely will get feedback, and if at that time immediately we have an issue, we can address it at that time. Carolyn, as for your concerns, and I know you have a concern from a legal aspect, I am certain that Angela has flushed this out with Ed Nisley and our other resources to make sure that we are doing the best for the library system as a whole. And finally, I think because this is a temporary situation and we're only giving a limited amount of time for Angela to have this autonomy, I think it is safe, given the past year and the judgment that she has made, to be able to effectively make these decisions with her leadership team and know that we can confidently feel that the decisions are in the best benefit of our staff and of the business, while also weighing the best service, providing the best service for our patrons.
So one question I had, I mean, this ask is in the name of agility.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nick, was that you?
So I'm trying to ask a quick question first before the motion. So with this ask is in the name of agility and for safety, basically. Just in your opinion, from the moment I acknowledge you found out about a scenario, what do you think the flow time would be, to find out about a situation happening, to appraise the situation, to come up with a rule change to the code of conduct as necessary, and to flow that back out to the people appropriate to actually be able to do something about that situation? Are we looking at an hour? Are we looking at 10 minutes? Are we looking at 2 days? Just to be able to determine what a delta would be for the board acting on something. So what are we buying by approving this?
I would say that depending on when the incident happens, we could have a decision, everything made in less than 24 hours. I would actually feel confident saying a business day. Mainly it is because we would be able to identify what's happened at one branch, and I can say with authority. If something happens at one location, it will happen at another location. So in order for us to be consistent with our public and how we handle anything that is out of the realm of normal, it would be very helpful to be able to have this a temporary authority so that we can respond quickly in less than a day. And, you know, we went to a digital platform in 3 days. Nicholas, I feel very confident that we could construct a new guideline for our code of conduct and then train the staff and that they would feel empowered and know how to handle it. So yes, the turnaround would be very, very quick.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions?
Guys, I would just add, this is Dylan. From a legal standpoint, I agree with everything that Carolyn said. I think there is plenty of room for concern, and it's not based on not trusting our leadership or Angela. You know, I think everybody on the board wholeheartedly supports the staff and their ability to respond. I just think that there is exposure, whether we pre-approve something that's broad or whether something's going to be addressed on the spot, you're always going to be handling a situation that arises after it arises. You know, we already have 25 provisions to address circumstances that come up under our code of conduct. A few of those are broad enough to cover general things that could arise. I just feel like we're approving authority without any specific detail on how it's going to be carried out. And that's the thing that concerns me the most. Trusting everyone to be able to carry it out, I think that there's exposure for the library, but on top of that, there could be exposure on, you know, if something did happen that was inappropriate, there's exposure for the board for approving something without really knowing the full details of what we're approving. I think the solution, if we're going to approve something, would be, like Susan said, to have the library present something that is general enough to cover what could come up, and add that on a temporary basis. And you know, if circumstances start to pop up where it looks like that doesn't cover everything to protect the staff, then we can have another opportunity to get the board together to approve an additional measure temporarily. But I'm very uncomfortable approving what I understand to be the proposal.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure. Yes.
So maybe there's a middle way here. Maybe while I know on our agenda we have we are going to be going into an executive session. Perhaps during that time, staff could get together and look at particularly number 24 in the Code of Conduct that says failing to comply with the library's established standards and guidelines. Perhaps come up with alternate language that we could then table this item, and then after our executive session, perhaps the staff could come back with language that we could adopt.
Well, and thank you, Leah. I think that's a good suggestion. And Carolyn and Dylan, I deeply respect your legal opinions. Would it make you feel more comfortable if before we moved on an amendment, we ran it by our legal counsel so they could tell us that that was something that we could legally do and they could support it if it came up in any other capacity?
That would
It
not
doesn't make me
feel
feel, no, that doesn't,
more
no,
comfortable.
it doesn't make me more comfortable.
Because I know that lawyers disagree. That's why Dylan and I go to court every day.
And the counsel who would be approving that would be attorneys for the county, not necessarily attorneys for the library or attorneys for representing the board. Not that Carolyn and I are acting in that capacity, but I mean, I would still just want to see the substance of what would be of the actual provision that would temporarily be put into effect.
And I agree with
again.
Dylan.
I also have a little concern about inconsistency. You know, when we have our policies, everyone can read them and they'll go into effect whatever 2 weeks hence or whatever. But if something happens and, you know, the same thing happens at another branch, but but there's no policy in place, not even a broad phrase, then it leaves room for some inconsistency, which I think does create some problems.
Well, I'm hoping this measure would help create consistency, but I can see your counterpoint.
Dylan and Carolyn, what would you feel about staff coming up with language and us amending it tonight provisionally, and then when we meet, we're going to be meeting again in June, and then we could we could somehow adopt it tonight pending attorney review, and then if they approved, it would go into action. If it didn't, we could revisit it in June.
Well, why don't we do this, Leah? Since the board definitely feels uncomfortable, and I don't want the board to feel uncomfortable, I would like to table this and run our process, our curbside process. We do have one more board meeting in June, and should we need to make an amendment to the code of conduct, we can bring it to the board in June, and that way we would be able to have official approval. The only thing that I am a little worried about is that, and I talked to the executive team about this, I don't want to design processes around COVID. I don't think that's fair. I don't think COVID needs to dictate how we treat our patrons or our public. Again, I see this as a temporary measure in an exceptional circumstance. So I don't want the board to feel uncomfortable, or certainly don't want to put the board or the library at risk. So I'm happy to table this, have us run our curbside, and if we need to make a adjustment to our code of conduct, we can approach the board at our June meeting.
Can I say something? I think one of the key things you said, and I certainly appreciate Dylan and Carolyn's comments, and would certainly go along with that. But the reason why you're bringing this up is because we're in a fluid, unprecedented situations that happen, and I'm just trying to get a grasp on why you want this done now and only temporarily. And that is because it's unprecedented, and we're in an unprecedented time, and so for us to wait another month, and that to me would just kind of defeat the purpose of doing this temporarily, just for this time. Does that make sense, or am I missing something?
No, I appreciate that, Troy. Thank you.
So I guess my comment is either we scrap it, because to me, to come back to this again in another month's time seems to defeat the purpose of this unprecedented time and wanting to go about amending or changing this policy for this period of time that the staff feel, or certainly leadership feels, would be an important thing to do. We're not talking about this being forever. We're talking about during this unprecedented time, if something comes up tomorrow or something comes up next week, that we would have to do this. So I'm really trying to make sure that I understand, and because I do appreciate and respect what Dylan and Carolyn are saying, and want to go with that, but I also want to say, what would that be defeating the purpose if we waited till the end of the month and we're going to troubleshoot this some more and take it to the staff, and what are we scared of? What do I need to be scared of that could possibly happen between now and August? What should the board, is it our liability? Is it are we like a baboon with, what are we looking at here that would be so detrimental? I don't get that piece.
Well, Troy, I think I am asking a lot in that I'm asking for the board to vote for something that is unknown. So, and I apologize that I don't have an example. I'm actually grateful I don't have an example, because that means that nothing has happened yet. And actually, we are, as I said, banking on the wonderful patrons that we know are there, and that we don't expect anything to happen. We're just preparing for it. So I would authentically like to table this so that we can run our curbside service, and if we have firm examples, we'll know them immediately, and we can come back to the board if we needed to have a permanent vote and change to our code of conduct. Does that sound fair?
Yep, I'm in full support of that. And I think that, with the caveat that if something happens where this would have been helpful, or where somebody's safety is put at jeopardy and you can't act within the current code of conduct, let's have a special meeting. Let's address it right away. Let's not wait, because that's kind of paramount.
Yeah.
Yes, we would. We are very.
If these.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that you, Rob?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if something, the volatility that's out there right now, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen. And as you begin to open up, as you try to get back to normal. So, and I also appreciate Dylan's and Carolyn's point of view that you don't want to make such open-ended policy vague that puts us at risk as well. But I think Nick is right that if events do happen within 30 days, we need to jump on it and get back, and make decisions quickly, because I'd hate to see, with all these video journalists, private citizens that are out there, everybody wants to be an internet star, and to put our employees at risk to be, held up for ridicule because, of unclear decision making. That's not fair either. So.
Yes. So then the board has my commitment that I will be in close contact during this next month, and if I need to call an emergency meeting, I'll reach out to Melanie and we can move from there.
And Angela, this is Susan. Yes, and I just want to say, please convey to the staff that we as a board absolutely are concerned about their well-being and safety. And so, I myself would not look askance at if there was some really radical activity, like let's say things went badly at a curbside service, that a decision would be made, hey, we're shutting this down for the rest of the day. That would be drastic. We don't necessarily have guidelines for it. But something like that, that had to be done to ensure safety, we would absolutely support, any decision like that.
Oh, yes. We've absolutely empowered our staff and talked about due to weather or other concerns of curbside, if it's not safe for staff for any reason, then we just won't offer the service at that time, even if we told the public would be there. So, okay. Well, thank you for talking this through. I appreciate everyone's responses.
I agree. Thank you very much for all of your input. I think, that's why we're here, and that's what we're supposed to do. So I appreciate everybody giving their feedback.
So we need to vote.
We need to what?
Do we need to vote to not approve, or do we just?
No.
Okay.
Correct me, Susan. We don't need to vote on this if we're tabling it, correct?
No, we can just say no action was taken in the minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought that was the case. I just wanted to make sure. All righty. Number 8, we're skipping, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And number 9. Did anybody have a question about number 8 before we jump over it? Going once, going twice. Okay.
Okay.
Number 9.
Okay, that is the, well, hello everyone. Thank you again for meeting on this virtual platform. I'm very excited that we can meet next month in person, which will be great. Barring any health and disasters, we're just going to pretend that's going to happen, and I look forward to seeing you all in person. So I just wanted to touch on a few things. First, I just wanted to talk about kind of where we are, if the right term is sort of emotionally as a system, and it's that we are working through that fiscal 21 was supposed to be a growth year for us in a lot of ways. And, we talked about this in the Finance Committee earlier, but, we were so proud of our budget that we presented in January, and county was very supportive of it. All the things that we wanted to do, with our Bees Ferry staff and have a development officer, the rural library hours, the extra vehicle that we wanted to have for delivery, and just some other things that we were very proud of, and we just saw this wonderful next step for CCPL. So we had to recalibrate a bit, but I can say that there's a lot of silver linings in where we are right now, that we are very much positioned very well with our new buildings and our soon to be open Hollywood and soon to be open Bees Ferry. We are looking at our Bees Ferry opportunity as a professional development opportunity for our staff, and we are crafting ways for that to help us with best practices and spreading that around the county. And that we have just decided to move forward in a very positive way and leverage all the good things that we have right now. And so even though we're not getting the budget that we wanted, it's like, I think that's the Rolling Stones song, sometimes you can't get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need. And we actually are getting what we need right now. I think that's the Rolling Stones. Someone call me out if that's not. But
it is.
Okay, good. My street cred is still viable. So I just want to talk through that, even that we kind of had a little grieving process with fiscal 21, but we're over it now, and we're looking forward to what's going to still be a year of growth, just in a different way. So where we are now is we are in our phased reopening. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. I just kind of want to give you an overview of all the moving pieces. We're in a phased reopening. We are planning our move to Support Services Center. We are going to have a virtual opening of our Hollywood branch. We are still undergoing our budget process with county for the month of June. We are making plans for staffing Bees Ferry. We are working on the upcoming regional renovations, and we are still offering digital programs and everything else that we have, as well as getting ready for curbside service and summer reading. So we're very, very busy, and we're back in the branches, and we are ready for our next phase. In the report that I sent you, I talked about our curbside hours, and I sent you all some talking points, and I really want to continue sending talking points to you, the board, so that just in case in your personal channels or as you're out in the community, you can help us be very clear with our message about how our hours are changing, and they are going to be changing for a bit, and access to the library will look different for a while, but I don't want the board to be caught off guard by anything that we're doing. So before we make anything public, I will, as I did with our curbside service, send you our talking points, very simple ones, so that you can use those when interfacing with the community. Our hours, as I shared, is for curbside starting on June 8th, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 9 to 3. We're closed on Wednesday, Thursday, 1 to 7, and closed Saturday and Sunday. We have these closures in the middle of the week and on the weekend, and we have amended hours to give us time with our quarantine process, which is very, very new to us. A best practice that we have come across with other libraries, the American Library Association, with medical professionals, is that our materials need to be quarantined for a period of 72 hours. So that is changing the way that we access our buildings and the staff time that we have to do that, because as I'm sure you can imagine, we have to put everything away, we have to monitor how long it's there, and then we have to check it in. Either it goes back on the shelf or it goes out to a patron. So it's just taking a different sort of workflow for us. And so having that time during the week, the closed Wednesday and the other times, gives the staff time to recalibrate, to be safe, to wipe down different materials, to make sure their PPE is working properly, and just really make sure that we are being safe for the public and for our staff too. Our curbside service is designed to be temporary. We are not looking to do this long term. We know it's going to be hot. We know that our staff are going to be out in the weather. That's why, Susan, I highly recommend with staff if they need to close down curbside due to weather, or if it's just too hot and staff are sweating with PPE and it's not safe for them to be out there, then we are empowering our staff to make those decisions, and that we will serve the public as we are able to. Right now, we have a team of staff called our Patron Access Task Force, headed up by Darlene, where we have taken a sampling of staff from around the system who are leaders, in addition to our associate directors, to help design what our in-branch services are going to look like when we are back in our buildings, and we plan to be back in our buildings very soon. We are defining what success looks like when we are back in our buildings, and we have some guiding principles that a successful opening phase for our building means that we open in a safe and thoughtful manner. We empower staff and have safe procedures. Our patrons are clear as to the services available to them. And we are leaders in the community, and we ourselves want to set a good example for the community. So we're using that as our guiding principles as we move forward in this unprecedented time. It's really not a different approach than what we've taken with anything else, but we wanted to all come together with the same ideals, because we are serving the public differently, and we want to make sure it's a good experience for our staff and for our public. The triggers that we're using to decide when we move to the next phase, I shared with you. It is a checklist, for lack of a better word, where we are closely following the South Carolina executive orders, CDC and DHEC guidelines, Charleston County approach, local organizations such as businesses, the need for PPE, and the access that we have, but then also how libraries are approaching the opening and what a best practice is in the terms of our world. I've talked, I think, to the board, and I know I've talked to the staff, that we are a different entity than any of the other businesses in that, we get our materials back. So, when you do curbside for your groceries and for your restaurant, it's a little bit different, because you don't bring the stuff back, hopefully. So that's guiding us, and why we are shaping our hours a little bit differently. I will say that we are looking at our opening phase as an opportunity to revisit hours on a system-wide level, and we're aiming for consistency as we reopen back to the public. So even though we don't have the funding that we wanted for the rural libraries, we are exploring, can we rechannel as we need to revisit the hours at the rural libraries. Is 9 a.m. a better way to serve the public than opening at 10 a.m.? And so we're doing some data-driven analysis of that as we move forward, so that we can make sure that we're serving our current CCPL community and not our library of a couple of years ago, if that makes sense. Does anyone have any questions about that approach or anything specific to our curbside service?
Angela, this is Carolyn again, and I just wanted you to walk me through why. I know that the county employees went back to work on May the 11th, and they opened to the public on May 13th. And I realize our libraries are very different but it seems so slow in rolling back out even curbside and all, because I know that Dorchester County opened their book returns on May the 18th, and they opened to the public with their regular hours. Now, granted, they say that only a certain number of patrons can be in, and they're complying with everything on May the 26th. And I noticed that Berkeley County has started curbside pickup on May the 20th. Can you explain to me why Charleston County is lagging behind? And also Richland County, which is Columbia, their library is open back to their regular hours, all of their branches. I know we have a bigger system than Berkeley and Dorchester, but they are, counties that are adjoining to us.
Yes, we are a bigger system than Berkeley and Dorchester, and I'm surprised to hear about Richland. That one's new to me because they were taking a slower approach. I have been talking to county government very often and explaining that we're always going to be a few weeks behind them, mainly because we need to ensure that we're able to manage our holds list. We had an incredible amount of holds to pull, so we needed to prepare for that, and then also how we were going to safely manage manage our staff handling the materials coming in from the book drops, which opened on the 18th, just like Dorchester. And then we had a good system in place for keeping our staff safe. Mainly, we are lagging behind, as you say, just a few weeks to ensure the safety of our staff and public, and that what we move forward with, we are confident that it is the right step to take, and that we won't have to backtrack due to something that we have missed.
And is there any way that, I know what the 72 hours, but a lot of people have returned to work, and I am concerned that if we don't have Saturdays available, or like Saturday mornings or Saturday afternoons for people, with the library being closed on Saturdays and Sundays, people that work shifts or that are employed Monday through Friday, that they will not have the access.
Well, that's why this is a temporary approach. This is not designed to be weeks, if not months. We are looking to move forward quickly, and as I said, we have a team right now figuring out how we can safely work in our buildings. One thing that we are working on right now is how we can have patron access to computers, which is the next piece that we're missing. We're about to give our public access to books, but we aren't able to accommodate computer ask right now. So when we open up to the public with our buildings, we want to be able to have our patrons walk in and access computers as they were before, well, as close as they could, because we know that there's going to be a severe need for it, particularly right now with unemployment and other workforce development concerns.
Excuse me just a second. This is Leah. I just wanted to say one of the advantages of having a virtual meeting is that I can Google things in real time. Mm-hmm. And according to Richland County Library, all library locations remain closed, and there is no mention of any sort of curbside or any sort of other services. So yes, I think in terms of that analysis, that comparison, we are well ahead of the curve in terms of even Richland is even a bit bigger than we are, I think, although maybe comparable. So just a point of correction on that.
Thank you. Yes,
I'm glad you did, because I had been sent something that showed that the Richland County Library had been open, but I did check this afternoon the Berkeley and the Dorchester libraries, and what I pulled was actually off their websites. Yes. But I did not check the Richland Library website. I was just told by someone that lived in Columbia.
Well, and I'm in contact with the director, Melanie Huggins, there, and she has definitely indicated that they are taking a measured approach and a phased approach as well. Columbia has been hit quite hard with COVID, so they have the same concerns that we do about protecting their staff and ensuring that the materials that come back in are quarantined properly, and that they are safe for the staff and public to handle. I think you'll find that we are not that far behind Berkeley and Dorchester, because we are a little bit larger and our county spreads out a little bit more. We're just taking a little bit of more planning time, so that when we open, we are not having to, as I said, backtrack or make too many adjustments. Doing a phased reopening is a big ship to manage, with a lot of communication and a lot of moving pieces. And so making sure that all of our staff, and we have a larger staff than Berkeley and Dorchester, are on board is a better experience for our patrons than if we were to rush into it. Were there any additional questions? And did anybody have any questions about our triggers?
I'm very pleased with the thoughtfulness with which you and the staff have come about in prioritizing access for our patrons, but doing so in a way that ensures their safety and staff safety. So I'm very pleased with how you approach the situation, and then the output of the plan you've developed.
Thank you, Leah. And I have to say, our patrons are top of mind. Getting back to a semblance of normal is what we're aiming for. So we would love to open sooner, but we feel that our approach right now is the best approach from a training standpoint and also an access standpoint, that we are still able to provide Wi-Fi services, telephone reference, and digital services to our patrons while we are in this particular mode. And then as we have our curbside service, we start becoming more frontward facing, and then you will see us move forward, and I think that we'll move forward quickly back into our buildings. Okay, so just as I know we're on a time limit, I just wanted to talk about, we are going to have our virtual opening of Hollywood on June 7th. Ms. Johnson, Melanie, and myself are going to be recording our messages next Wednesday, and then that will launch on June 7th, right before our curbside service. Now, we will have a celebration later. I don't know when that will be, but we were supposed to have a board picture at Hollywood, and so I would say we could either do it later and get a board picture later, or when we do the Baxter Patrick opening, that might be a better time. But we definitely still want to get a board picture. We've just been thwarted by COVID. I'm so sorry. So we will either do it when we have our Hollywood celebration or when we do our Baxter Patrick opening later.
Bees Ferry.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Baxter. Bees Ferry, Baxter Patrick, Bees Ferry. So sorry. I wrote down Baxter Patrick too. Wow. Okay. Bees Ferry. There we go. Okay. And so that is, if the board had any questions about my update, I included a significant update about workforce development, which is something we're very, very proud of, and that we are putting our best foot forward with the county as a resource. Our patrons have responded very well to it. We have a very talented team of staff creating this material, and we are making wonderful partnerships within the community as a resource for our patrons. So I just wanted to make sure that you all had the wonderful update about the workforce development that's happening. It was compiled by Gerald Moore, and he's part of the team that is doing that. Did the board have any questions about my update or anything specifically they wanted me to discuss? Okay, so curbside kicks off on June 8th. That's a temporary measure. Feel free to reach out with me with any questions, and we look forward to being back in our buildings very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next, we have our Friends of the Library update with Janelle Marvin. Janelle, take it away.
Hi, thank you. We, the Friends, were able to have, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We were able to have a successful celebration of National Library Week. We adjusted to a digital format of celebrating CCPL, CCPL staff, how vital libraries are in our communities, and invited patrons and constituents to do the same on their platforms. On April 23rd, in honor of Library Giving Day, we set a goal to raise $5,000 and exceeded it by raising $6,208 to support CCPL. So we were very excited about that. I also returned to my office before the official return of staff and found additional checks and donations sent in honor of Library Giving Day, as well as notes of gratitude for the services you are all providing, and cards that were sent with testaments of how people were finally able to learn how to download ebooks or engage in the children's story time. So those were very nice sentiments to receive. At this time, we've currently suspended accepting book donations, and we'll continue to monitor the activity of CCPL's curbside services that begin on June 8th, and our hope is to resume by mid-July. On June 8th, our volunteers will actually return to the main branch. They will handle donations that have been left at various branches, even with the suspension. And they will work on cleaning and clearing out the multiple workspaces that they use at Maine. Procedures have been set in place to ensure their safety. And I must tell you, they're very excited to get back. They miss the work that they do for the library. They miss the community that they get when they're working together, and we all miss the book sales and the engagement with the community. But we know that we need to take the necessary steps to ensure safety and health for everyone. As far as our book sales, we've rescheduled the June summer book sale for a tentative date at the end of July. But again, this is something that will be monitored weekly, and we'll be looking at the updates provided by CCPL, which they receive from DHEC and CDC. We're researching the best protocols to ensure a safe and successful sale, and we've actually been researching alternate sources of revenue. So we're preparing to launch online sales with curbside pickup. Customers will be able to purchase a mystery bag of books with limited genres and pick them up at the main branch. This will be a pilot program, so we're limiting which genres that we have available, and the times for pickup and the availability of our volunteers are all based on that. We will also have a handful of rare collectible books that will be for sale as well, and this is just another source of revenues to continue to support CCPL. And that's my report. Thank you.
Excellent. Next is the capital plan update. We have Tony, and is Jeanette with us as well? Tony, are you there?
I am here, so I guess it's just me this evening.
Excellent. Take it away.
Good to hear all you guys. All right. I know we had our call earlier this week, so some of you guys have heard all of this already. But for those of you guys that haven't, as usual, feel free to ask me any questions as I'm running through everything. So I will start with our regional library renovations. We are wrapping up the design work with more detailed parts of the design at this point. We're looking at things like the audiovisual equipment that's going to go into there. Thomas, our IT manager, is overseeing a lot of that. He's really working closely with the engineers to make sure that we get some really great features in there. Also, coronavirus has been interesting in that it's taught us a lot about video conferencing and all kinds of things that maybe we should have the availability to be able to do that. So we're looking closely at all of that kind of stuff. Also working through things like furniture and shelving and all of that. MBCon is going to be our contractor for the regional. So once the design work is complete, and we're expecting that to wrap up in June, they're going to prepare some cost estimates for us. Hopefully we're still in the ballpark that we were in a few months ago when they did this earlier. And if everything looks good and if we hold on schedule, we're hoping to start construction as early as the late summer, maybe even in August. Could still be the fall. There's so many things that are up in the air right now, as you guys know. Hopefully we don't hit another snag and backslide with the whole coronavirus thing. But also permitting, certain agencies are open, limited hours. So we're working through all of that. But the goal right now is to start construction in August on the first 3 regional. So we'll start 3 in the first round. Then once those wrap up, we'll move on to the remaining 2. We've also had some great meetings in-house with our staff this week to start talking through what needs to happen on our end. We have a lot of stuff that we need to keep, like all of the books. So all that's going to be packed up and put into storage while we're closed. So they're starting to work through all of those logistics as well. And I will move on to North Charleston next. The county and city of North Charleston are still working on that master plan design for the Shipwatch corridor. My understanding is that they are getting closer to having that nailed down. So while they're finalizing that, we are kind of preparing for getting the design work started so that we can be ready to hit the ground running as soon as we get the okay for that. MPS, the architecture firm, they're already on board. Again, it's going to be another MBCon construction project, so hopefully once we get the go-ahead, we can just, like I said, hit the ground running for the design work on that one. Also kind of running parallel to that track with this project, because we need to keep a portion of the existing Cooper River Memorial Library due to the historic designation there, We are now trying to find some temporary space in the area so that we don't have to be without library service of some type in that area while we're closed for construction. So Angela has been working closely with the county on trying to find some options for what that can look like. All right, moving on to West Ashley. I was actually just out there today working on the punch list. It is beautiful. I really, really like that building. It came together really well, and I'm happy to report that our construction team is getting better every time we do this. To give you an idea, when we did the Wando punch list, we had something like 1,300 items that were on there. Today, we just had a couple hundred for Beach Ferry. So that sounds like a lot, but a lot of it is stuff like just we have to note it. Some of the furniture's not there yet. You know, painting, cleaning, touch-ups, that kind of thing. So sounds kind of crazy, but that's about typical for what we would expect for that size building. So we are getting close to having everything done on that job. There was one contractor out on site today as well, our AV contractor. They were off the job for about 7 weeks because of coronavirus travel restrictions, but they are back and they are finishing up their work right now. The biggest delay we're facing on this project is furniture. A lot of that was supposed to be arriving in April and May and has now been delayed until July, June and July. It'll kind of be rolling in over the next couple of months. So we're working with that, but you know, it's just, like I said, just one of those things. So very tentative at this time. We're calling substantial completion. We've pretty much hit substantial completion at this point, and we're looking at opening sometime in this fall, hopefully in September. And then over at St. Paul's, the contractors have pretty much finished up their punch list, and as staff have been getting back into the building, they've been sending a few things over to me. As you know, you start actually using a building and you realize, oh, you know, this light switch isn't working or whatever it may be. So they're, you know, sending that stuff over to me, and our contractor's been great about following up pretty quickly about getting those items taken care of. I'll be over there tomorrow kind of checking in and seeing how things are going. So we're doing really well over there. Like Angela said, we're working on putting together a virtual ribbon cutting for that branch. We are excited to at least be offering some type of service over there, and we're looking forward to when we can have an actual in-person celebration once it's safe to do so. No big news as far as James Island and Wando are concerned. We're still just working through the closeout process on those. And our support services building coming along very well as well. We did get our temporary certificate of occupancy in March. I believe I brought that up at the last meeting. We are pending one small item for our certificate of occupancy. It seems like a really silly thing, but you have to have finished ceilings before you can get that certificate. And we're waiting on one air grill to go into one of the conference rooms. That's supposed to be in next week, and then we'll have our official certificate of occupancy. Contractor, again, is still working through some of their last little punch list items. Our AMH sorter has been installed, and we have furniture installation ongoing. Same kind of issue that we're seeing at Beach Ferry. Some of those manufacturers just shut down completely. So we are kind of getting back on track with that, and we are expecting the remaining furniture items to come in mid-June. And then we are looking at moving in July. So that will be really busy time for all of us over in the admin department, coming out of Maine and heading over to our new facility. And that's pretty much what I got for you guys today. Did you guys have any questions for me? No questions. All right, easy night.
Tony, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Committee reports. Are there any committee reports? Bylaws?
No report from bylaws.
Finance?
Finance does not have a report at this time. We did have a committee meeting in reference to our 2021 budget, and we'll be getting more information to you guys about that as we move forward.
Thank you very much. I need to address the nomination committee. I know Mary, you're on the nomination committee. Rob,
Yes.
are you on the nomination committee?
I believe I'm on that. Yeah.
And who is the third person?
Nicholas?
Victor Watt.
Yeah, I think I saw I'm on it.
Nick?
On the
Okay.
spreadsheet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick,
Excellent.
I'm sorry.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because per
We
our
know-
bylaws. Sorry? Per our
Go
bylaws,
ahead. Never mind.
Article 12 says that we are to have our elections in June with the those who are elected to start serving in July, although July is an off month for us. So Rob, Mary, and Nick, if you all will take the opportunity to coordinate yourselves to prepare for the election next month. I will sort of give you a heads up. The way we did it last year was the individuals who were interested in running submitted their names to the committee, and that ballot was put forward prior to the June meeting. Well, actually, we voted late last year. So prior to the meeting, the ballot was submitted to all of the board so that we already knew who was running unless there was a nomination made from the floor. So just asking that we are prepared in June for those elections. Is there any question about that?
Melanie, I just want to ask or confirm. I think last year we've done, and I think we've done this in previous years. If any of us would like to nominate somebody for an office, we may also do that to the committee members.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions about the elections for next month? Okay. I would like to ask for a motion to go into executive session at this time. With executive session, just so you're aware, the mics will be turned off for anyone other than the board. Our staff is leaving this room, the boardroom where I am, and will be called back once we finish our conversation, once we finish executive session.
And I will not be in my office because I can hear you.
Oh, and Angela said she will not be in her office because she can hear us in here. So we
I'll be in
appreciate
Jim's
that.
office.
So may I have a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Troy has moved. May I get a second?
Second.
Who was that second?
That was Dylan.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session.
So
All in
moved.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is excellent.
Take your pick. Rob, second.
Somebody seconded. I just wanted to take a quick, well, let me wait because we got Perry still on there. There we go. All righty. I'm waiting.
This line is now on hold. This line is now off hold.
You're welcome. Is Darlene coming back in?
I am. Darlene?
All righty. Okay, Leah, be honest.
I'd like to make a motion that we exit executive session and reconvene general board meeting, having noted that no motions or action was taken.
May I have a second?
Second.
Excellent.
Second.
Moved in second. May we have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Excellent. All righty. Well, we are finished. Are there any comments or concerns for the good of the cause? Any heartburn, indigestion, something we didn't touch? Excellent. Everyone, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your input. I know this was a long meeting. We've had a lot of information coming down to us, and a lot of things happening. So it's taking us a little bit more time lately. So thank you very much. We appreciate you and your time and your commitment to the board. And I hope you all have a great evening and a wonderful weekend.
I move to adjourn.
Nick second. All in favor?
Aye.
See you next time.
Good night, everybody. See ya.
Bye. Good to see you.
It is. It's so good to see faces.
I know. It's good. Yeah, we're looking at where we could have our next month's board meeting. We're looking at
This line is now on hold. Goodbye.